Morning, Pete. Did you have your oatmeal?
Cheerios.
Very good.
Gotta love the Cheerios.
So did my grandpa, Pete.
Okay.
Morning, everyone. We are going to get started in a few minutes. We're still waiting for a few folks to join us so that we have a quorum. So it's a great chance to get a last refill of some coffee or take a quick bio break, but we should be starting in just a few.
Can I go into the chat? How do I send my chat once I write it out?
Hit
You can
enter.
just hit enter,
Hit enter.
just like a typewriter there,
Boom.
Mr. Mayor.
Can't take it back though.
Yeah, it's like a typewriter. It's gonna be there.
There's no whiteout.
Only backpedaling.
Yeah, exactly. And I just realized as I said whiteout, I thought, oh my gosh, people of a certain age would not even know what I was talking about.
Yeah, it's funny. I was looking for some whiteout at the office here not too long ago, and come to find out, like, I don't even think we keep it around here. This
Yeah,
is not a thing
I-
anymore.
It's not a thing.
That was invented by Michael Nesbitt's mom. And everybody's going, who the
wow.
hell is Michael Nesbitt?
And so who is he?
He's a singer-songwriter, and he was one of the Monkees. He was the very tall guy.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew the name sounded familiar, but I couldn't put context with it.
That said, I'm signing out for the day. I can't make any of these cultural references anymore.
Yeah, when you start thinking about it, there's a lot of them. Like what's left on the cutting room floor.
Yeah,
That's, you
Yeah.
know, be kind, rewind.
You know,
Oh,
the
yeah,
best
Big Fan
correcto
Rewind,
type,
that one's dead.
the best correcto type was the manual typewriters. Do you remember
Yeah.
that? You'd backspace, hit the X, backspace, hit the X, and just have all these black things all through your document.
well, hey, wait a minute. You can back me up on some of this damn stuff, Chief.
That's right. Well, the
It's
monkeys
like all
are
the
great.
documents.
I think
Redacted.
Dougie Sales can too.
Figures, Doug. Figures.
Doug's got the whiteout.
Oh, he does? Did he just hold it up?
He just showed us his whiteout. It's probably all dried up.
Well, Jim got mad at him because he kept putting it on his screen on his computer.
Exactly.
I have it just in case. I've never used it.
Never
For
made a
emergency
mistake, right?
purposes.
That was good, Jeff.
Hi,
I had to throw that in.
I
morning.
wanted to explain that, so there was a little bit of a miscommunication, and so the actual posting that came from the manager's office actually says 9 a.m. that the meeting starts. So we aren't going to start official deliberations until then, but we can certainly do introductions and go over the rules and all that. We just won't start the actual meeting until 9 a.m. so we can present the public.
Okay. All right, good. Well, I wanted to then welcome everyone. So glad to see you. And it's been since August since we last convened. I think most of you are here. And so it's good to see you again. And sorry that it's on Zoom, and hope that we can be in person sometime in 2021. But I'm Beth Bilo, and I'm happy to be, I'm privileged and happy and thrilled to be here to help facilitate your conversation about goal setting for 2021. And as part of our time together, we'll be doing a little bit of content delivery. I have a little bit of training about receiving public input, which I know is something that's, it's always a relevant and a hot topic, I guess, but I think with the number of issues that are on the table right now, it's maybe a good time for us to revisit some principles to just refresh ourselves so that we can go into that period, those instances with some additional confidence and additional tools. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Steve for an official welcome from him before I shift back to our content.
Thank you, Beth, and I'm so grateful that you're here with us today.
Thank you.
Keep us on task, and we'll get some good work done. You know, I've been reading the writing of Bishop Michael Curry. He's the presiding bishop of the Episcopal Church. And he relates a question as to when the best time to plant a tree is. Now, anybody from DPW want to tell me what the best time to plant a tree is?
50 years ago.
There you go. There you go. Bishop Curry said 20 years ago, but 50 years ago. So the second best time to plant a tree is today. It's today. In the weeks leading up to today, staff and commission have been reaching out to our community partners, and we'll call them stakeholders. We've done this to hear their views as to what living in the city of Muskegon is and what it can be. We've also asked our neighbors who live in the city and beyond to share their views by survey, and their words will help to inform our discussion today as well. I'm very grateful for the work of staff, my fellow commissioners, and the preparation for today, and the multiple individual citizens and agencies and organizations who responded to our invitation to do so. So we'll plant some trees today. Moving forward, we'll not only need their words, but their hands to do the work we can only do in partnership to build a stronger city, using all the gifts that each of us brings to this endeavor. We can also celebrate today the fruits of our work by reviewing our success since 2016, when we set our 5-year goals. The accomplishments are a testament to our commitment to making Muskegon a strong town for everyone as best as we can. I feel the effort and the effects are remarkable, but now it's time to get back to work, as the work is never done, and that's okay. That's okay, because winter root crop planting is done every year. Fruit trees are pruned and they're replaced, and that's what we'll do. We'll keep on planting, maybe not seeing the actual fruit of our labor in our lifetime, but gifting our best efforts for future generations. So folks, you wonderful, wonderful, dedicated people that you are, and that means you stakeholders and my next door neighbor as well, roll up your sleeves and let's dig in and find joy in this labor of love. So let's get going. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone.
Ah, that was beautiful. Thank you. What a great way to set the tone for what we're doing. I especially appreciate and want to echo the invitation to remember that the things that we do here today are planting seeds, planting trees, and that the fruits of those labors, they will echo on for a long time. And some of the things that we're going to be talking about, we won't see them come to fruition during our time here in Muskegon, but we know that we're doing this for future generations, and it is a labor of love. So thank you, Mayor Steve, for starting us off that way. If you'll bear with me for just a moment, I'm going to be sharing my screen, and so there might just be a moment of momentary. There we go. Can everyone see that front slide? Okay, perfect. All right, so welcome everyone to this session. I'm so glad to be here with you. Just a quick overview of how we're going to be spending our time together. Like I said, we're going to start out here with a public feedback mini workshop, about 30 minutes-ish of me just providing some content to help us get oriented towards one of the most important parts of your role in serving the public, which is receiving feedback from them. And by feedback, I mean, input, questions, and their thoughts and suggestions about what's going on in their community. We'll then shift and talk a little bit about the 2018 goal review and evaluation and do a little reflection on that. We'll have time for public comment, and then we will take a bio break. I'm hoping it'll be around 10:15. It might be just a little bit past that, depending on how the morning rolls. After we come back, we'll do some quick review of the key points from our August 12th 2020 session, where we were getting together and reorienting ourselves to one another and the goals in light of the pandemic, as well as reviewing the priorities that are going to inform where you're setting goals today. Leanne is going to lead us through those stakeholder conversations and surveys and give us some high-level themes and other takeaways from that process that hopefully will inform the priority goal setting that we're doing. So we'll just check in with those priorities, and then we will spend about an hour and a half or so of our time together doing some 2021 goal setting. And for that, I think you all know you're going to be assigned to breakout rooms just to make things efficient and get you focused and being able to dig in on different areas. And then we'll do some reporting out and close out our time together. I'd like for us to just get oriented and get everybody's voice in the room. And if you're not on video and you're willing to be on video, it's really helpful to be able to see everyone. But I totally understand if that's not where you are this morning. So I just wanted to issue that invitation. But I'd like for us to go around the room and just share one word that describes Muskegon 2021, so our present state, that you would use to someone who has never heard of Muskegon, or never been here before. Just one word. They've never been here. They've never heard of it. And what I'm going to ask you to do is whoever starts, pass the baton to someone else. And feel free, everyone, once you've spoken, to mute yourself. Well, actually, everybody is muted, so scratch that. But this is a little bit of an exercise in keeping track of who has spoken. So please, whoever wants to start it off and then pass it on to someone else, and we can go around the room.
This is Dan. I'll start.
Thanks, Dan.
My word is dynamic, and I'll pass it on to Michael.
Thank you, Dan. I would say engaged, and I will pass it on to the mayor.
You're muted, Mayor.
I couldn't see my picture. I would say hardworking, and I'll pass it on to Jake Ekholm.
Especially coming off the economic forecast we just heard from the chamber, I would say underestimated. And I'll pass that along to you, Leanne.
The word that I would use is resilient. And I will pass it on to Leo.
Let's see. The word I would use is beautiful, and I will pass it over to Wills.
Thank you, Leo. The word I would use to describe Muskegon would be genuine. And I will pass it off to Jim Maurer.
The word I would use would be gem, as in hidden gem. And I will pass this off to Jay.
I would use change. There's such a positive change, so I like change. Pass it off to Leanne.
I already went, but I'll pass it to Commissioner German.
The word I would use, I would think, would be vision. To the aspect that, we're looking at a vision where we want to go. So, and I think I would pass that out. Who's up there? Dave Alexander.
I would use the word welcoming, and I will pass that off to Chief Lewis.
I would say evolving. We're evolving. And I'm going to go to Frank.
Did you say evolving?
Evolving.
I'll maybe make up my own word and say re-evolving, because we're old is new here. Oh, and I got to pass it to somebody. Let's see. I wasn't paying attention. Ken, did they call on you yet, Johnson?
No.
All right.
I think so. I got knocked off, so I'm joining mid commentary here. But I'm loving all the words I'm hearing right now. First that came to mind earlier was Leanne's. But I'll use another one, resiliency, because I completely agree with that. But passionate. I don't know if someone's already said that, but passionate.
And who do you want to pass to, Ken?
I'm sorry. Who has not gone yet? I missed some of the. Dan, Commissioner Encibia, have you gone yet?
I did. I'll pass it to Ken Grant.
I was gonna say resilient because we keep coming back and fighting and recovering and all that. So resilient. I pass it to Dave Baker.
Yes, the word I'd use is opportunities. I'll pass to Doug.
Good morning. The word that I would use is refreshing. If you haven't been to Muskegon in a while, it's refreshing to see what we've become. I would pass this on to, I believe, Beth Lewis.
I'm going to say rejuvenated. And I'm going to pass it on to Sarah Peterson.
Good morning. I would say moving. We haven't stopped moving. And I cannot see all of you, so I don't know who's left. I think most of us have gone.
Eric Hood.
All right, I will pass it to Commissioner Hood.
Okay, I just came on. I had computer problems. What are we doing?
Offer one word that describes the current state of Muskegon to someone, or how you would describe Muskegon to someone who's never heard of it or never been here before.
One word.
One word.
Interesting.
Thanks, Eric. And would you, let's see, has Mike Franzik gone? I think he just joined us.
Awesome.
Awesome. Okay. I thought you were just like, awesome, it's my turn. Okay, cool. And who would you like to pass it to?
Whoever's left. Sorry, I just got on here.
That's okay. That's all right. And I can't see everyone either. So
Joe Busker.
Onita's out there.
I'll go.
Yes, Onita, thank you.
So Leo took my word beautiful, so I will say gorgeous, and I will pass it on to, let's see.
Did Ann go yet?
Pardon me?
Did Ann Mish go yet?
Ann.
Thank you. You know, I keep thinking of the word home because it always feels like home. And I think everybody, even the people that have moved away, always refer to this as they miss home. You can be gone 20 years and that's still how we think of it. So,
yeah, nice.
Let me see. Who is left?
Joe Busker.
Yeah, I haven't gone yet. I'll jump in here and go a minute. I was going to say evolving, but since that was already taken, I will go with momentum.
Great. And
Dwana
anyone else?
Thompson.
Yeah, Dwana.
I'll say attractive.
Great. And anyone else who hasn't gone, staff or commissioners? Okay, I just put all of that in the chat, and I just want you to take a second to read that list. Notice the themes: resilient, beautiful, attractive, gorgeous, awesome. I'm really intrigued by the word underestimated. Ah, thank you, Donna. My word would be diverse.
Oh,
yeah.
I was going to say that.
So we can do diverse ×2. Yeah, excellent. Thank you, everyone, for offering that. And the invitation is to keep that spirit, to keep those words in mind and say that's what we are grounding everything we're talking about in as we move forward. So thank you for offering up those words. And I would add a word, optimistic. I think that what I hear in everything that you're talking about and what I see is a lot of optimism about the future. So optimistic would be mine. So, oops, excuse me. I'm going back. Just some quick group agreements. These are actually the same ones that we used back in August, but I wanted us to, again, ground ourselves in how we wanted to be together today, using an appreciative inquiry framework, which means that we are starting from optimism. We're looking for the things that are working as opposed to what's broken and needs to be fixed. So what's working that we can build on? It doesn't mean we don't acknowledge the challenges or problems or issues. It's simply, as we're looking at them, it's from a framework of what can we, what is already working that we can build on, that we can draw from, what are the strengths that we can build on to move forward with those challenges, to have a spirit of generosity and possibility, to show respect for one another, to come at this with some humility in terms of, we aren't going to have all the answers today. We're not going to, we don't know what we don't know. and to remember that with ourselves and with one another, to always be curious. When in doubt, ask a question and seek clarification, and be curious about what's coming up and what other people are sharing, especially if it's something that might not quite jive with what you are thinking about. To be curious first and foremost, to be open to influence, and that goes along with humility, to remember that the way that I think something might need to be done might not be there might be a better way. There might be another additional way, or some way that it could be enhanced. So to be open to influence from others, to be honest with yourself and one another, to share our airtime, so that everyone has a chance to participate and be heard, and then listen to understand. And again, that goes along with being open to influence and curiosity. Are there any questions about any of those agreements, or anything that you want to add to this in order for us to have a productive session today? Okay. And I always like to add sense of humor, that we're able to keep our sense of humor and just be people with one another. So unless there's any objections, I'm going to take consent by silence, I suppose, and say, unless anybody has any questions or things to add, then we will assume we're agreeing to abide by these principles. Okay. So I'm going to jump into a little bit of content here about tips for receiving public feedback. And this is something that Leanne and I talked about months and months and months ago. And like I said, it's a timeless topic, but I think we are we're always in charged times, but it does seem like, in particular, this moment in society is a very charged time, and people have very strong emotions and very strong opinions, and they're feeling empowered, as they should. We always want people to feel empowered to give feedback and to be in conversation with the people, the public servants that are working to make their community a better place. And so how do we, as public officials, those receiving that feedback, receive it in such a way that is productive for everyone, and that fosters stronger relationships? And what I'm going to be sharing with you, I'm guessing you already know. You have heard these principles probably many times. My guess is that you practice them. Part of this is just for us to re-ground ourselves in them and remember them. Put them, make sure that they are still actively part of who we are and how we're showing up. And to remember that sometimes in that heat of the moment, when emotions are running high, when the stakes are high, sometimes it's easy to forget these things. And so this is to serve as that reminder and regrounding in these principles. The first thing I want to offer is that as I'm talking about these, and I invite you, as you're talking about the community that you're serving, is to remember that they're neighbors. They're neighbors first and foremost. We call them stakeholders, residents, citizens, constituents, voters, and those are all appropriate and accurate labels. And I think first and foremost, it's important for us to frame it as they're our neighbors. And if I were sitting in front of a citizens group, a neighborhood association, I would say the same thing, is to remember that those elected officials are your neighbors. And so if we can remember that and put our thoughts, receive that feedback through that filter of, these are my neighbors, sometimes that helps us to perhaps humanize, because one of the biggest things that is an obstacle to connection is dehumanizing. And even, putting people into a block of, sort of a monolithic block of saying they're voters, that's putting a label on them that doesn't necessarily acknowledge the actual relationship that you have to them, and that being of neighbor. So I invite us to think of them as neighbors as we're going through our conversations today. This one is assume best intent, and I admit this one can be really hard, because it's hard to assume best intent of someone who is very emotional and sharing strong opinions with you. And when you feel like they are not assuming best intent from you. We, as the people that have some power in the relationship, you know, we have to acknowledge the power dynamics of being elected officials and government employees, that you have a certain amount of power, that it's important that as you are interacting with these neighbors, that we're looking for that best intent. And often that best intent might just be that it's what's, you know, they are caring passionately. Someone used the word passionate in our descriptors. They're passionate about the community. Now, how they're communicating that might not be the easiest way to hear, but their intent is to say, I want the best community I can have. I want a good community for my family. I want a good place to work. And so if we can think about, you know, that's the intent underneath and behind the emotion that you're seeing. But instead of saying they're out to get me, or they're, you know, they think that we're this or that or the other thing, to assume underneath that there's actually a good intention there. And, you know, probably, you know, point 101 is that you're not going to please everyone, and to always be remembering that. And that's one thing I hope that the public is also mindful of, that is not always easy to hear, which is, you're not always going to be able to please everyone, and that it's really about that long-term vision and trying to please the trying to be aligned with the goals and, you know, the intentions that we have for the community, and things that support dynamic, engaged, underestimated, resilient, beautiful, genuine. Those are the things that we're striving towards. And as we're doing that, we're also bringing the community up with us. And so just to remember that, you know, not everyone is going to be happy. And that includes probably you on occasion. You might not be pleased, but there's a humility that comes in with deferring ourselves to the greater good. What I'm going to share with you following these points are not going to stop someone from being emotional. It's not going to stop charged situations. The only, as we know, you know, the only thing we can control is our own response to things. And so this is focusing on what do we have control over, and how can we self-manage in these situations so that it at least doesn't escalate, and that we can navigate that a little bit better. And so the first is to have a mindset shift. Often we see conflict as something that is negative, but I would say that conflict is actually generative. It could be creative, and it can be productive. And if we can see it as an opportunity to gain understanding of what's most important, because as we know, people will, if they're willing to engage in conflict, even if they're conflict adverse, that means they really do care about something. And so the things that come to the surface that raise conflict are, of course, pointing to what's really important. It helps to identify obstacles. The things that come out of that conflict are raising issues that might not have come out otherwise. You know, you don't want to do something, of course, and then, you know, a year down the road, all of a sudden these people start coming out of the woodwork and saying, well, I never wanted this, or this is wrong about this, or, you know, this doesn't align with how I see our community growing. Better to have all of those thoughts surface early on, and even in the form of conflict, than to have them later, because then you at least are identifying obstacles and you're able to be proactive about working through them. It's also an opportunity to request and provide clarification on data or position that you have. And I put that both ways, to request information from someone, because often your neighbors have done their homework. They might not have as much or the same information as you do, but many times if they're feeling passionately about it, they have done some research. They have looked into it. And so to ask, you know, what information are you drawing from? What has been your experience? Where do you see a problem with this? So you get an opportunity to request clarification, and then you get an opportunity to provide clarification if you're hearing misinformation or data that's not accurate. And then, of course, you get a chance to directly address concerns and questions. It's not something that's happening behind the scenes or in a passive aggressive way, but through conflict, it's all out on the table. So this is all an opportunity to say, I see conflict. I see someone who is feeling passionately, who might be upset about something, who might be excited about something, as an opportunity to see what's important, identify the obstacles, get clarification, and then be direct in communication and with questions. There's also always that opportunity, and this is super important, is to model, because how you communicate and relate to one another, and here I'm speaking of staff, staff to staff, commissioner to commissioner, commissioners to staff, how you're relating to one another sends a message to the public about what is acceptable. And that includes the language that we're using. And here I'm thinking of even those common courtesies of please, thank you, you're welcome, I appreciate that, I hear you. Those, you know, we might say we're comfortable with one another, we don't necessarily need to do all of that, but it's very important that we integrate those kinds of courtesies, because that's what we're hoping to have in a dialogue with our neighbors. So to be mindful of the language, to really be listening, and listening not just for what we want to hear, but for what the other person is really wanting to communicate. And part of listening is being able to ask questions for clarification. So to model good listening with one another, to be mindful of the tone that we're using with one another. Are we being sincere? Are we fitting the subject? Are we fitting the mood? Are we even mirroring how the other person is, you know, the energy that they're projecting? All of that shows that we're listening to someone else. And again, as our neighbors are viewing this, they're seeing what we hope that they will be projecting. And then probably, and you've probably heard all sorts of statistics that range from, you know, 80 to 90% of the way we're communicating with others is through our nonverbals. So our eye contact, our posture, whether or not we are, you know, even have our heads up and are listening, if we have a relaxed or an engaged facial expression, if we're not fidgeting or clicking a pen, or, you know, it's okay to take notes, but to be, you know, clearly taking notes that are in response to what we're hearing, and to not take so many notes that it feels like they're like, okay, are you writing out your grocery list, or, you know, what's going on there? Again, they might not be assuming best intent. And so what can you do to model those nonverbals to keep them knowing that you are listening and that you do care about what is being shared? And along those lines, and this maybe goes to the nonverbals, this is a lesson I picked up years ago. I was working as a fundraiser, and we were talking about donors. And I remember one of my colleagues said, I wonder how much we can get from them. And they were talking about donors. And my boss, whose name was Diane, said, you know, I want us to talk about our donors as if they were standing right there, even if they're not. And so if they were standing right there, we wouldn't say, how much can we get from them? We would say, how much do we, what do we want to ask for in terms of an investment? You know, many more words, but much more respectful of the relationship, much more honoring of what we actually want. And so I invite you, even when they're not around, as you're talking amongst yourselves, as you're talking at home, notice how you think and talk about your neighbors. Are you calling them neighbors? Are you seeing them as people that are not to be dealt with or put up with or managed? Or, you know, I often also think of when another job that I had, where I remember one day I had meeting after meeting after meeting. And I remember thinking, I don't have time for this. I've got work to do. I don't have time for these meetings. And then I realized, oh, wait a minute. My work is these meetings. These people are my work. This is what I'm here to do. And so to remember, like, we might sometimes say, boy, you know, this job would be easy if it wasn't for needing to have, you know, interaction with my neighbors. And it's like, no, this is what the work is. and to remember that even when they're not around, because how you think about them when they're not around impacts how you're showing up when they are around. And then to remember that you're on the same team. You're part of shared and overlapping systems. And that's, again, why that word neighbors is, I think, really important. This applies to relationships with staff, relationships to the citizen boards, and then relationships to the neighbors. And your neighbors are not always seeing this. They can only see what's really right in front of them and directly impacting them. Your job is to remember and consider the system, and as necessary, educate your neighbors, because you can't assume that they see things the same way or have the same information or the same interests or values or priorities. We've heard a lot about power over the past year and a half, and it's wonderful that this is coming much more into the mainstream and something that is much more top of mind for people and in our consciousness. To remember that as you're listening, to check in with your biases, to check in with your assumptions, to remember that there's a natural power differential by virtue of your position, as well as the public, the neighbors' perception of government and elected officials. And you could be the nicest person in the room, you could do everything right, and there's still going to be some assumptions. So to remember that, to check your own power. And if you do acknowledge those power differentials in some way, even if that's through, your body language and the way you choose to respond, you're more likely to lower their defenses enough that a reasonable conversation can take place. And then to notice any attachments that you have. Attachments are your firm ideas about the way something should be or could be. It's about what's right or wrong. It might be your own pet project that you're excited about, and you say, if we could just do this, everything would be, everything else would fall into place. It's not that there's anything wrong with having those passionate viewpoints and strong viewpoints. It's just how attached are you to them? And is that attachment blocking you from listening? Is it blocking you from keeping an open mind about what you're hearing? So to be aware of those attachments and be able to work through them. And then there's the external self-management. All of those were things that we're doing kind of internally that other people, may or may not be aware of. But externally, it's important to listen to understand rather than talk to be understood. And this is just a variation on Stephen Covey's, what is it? Seek first to understand, then be understood. To always be listening to understand instead of trying to make someone else understand you. Make eye contact. This is, a basic thing of listening, but it's one thing that I've noticed in lots of different kinds of meetings I've been in, especially where there's one person who perhaps is not, who feels that power differential. If you're not making eye contact, and I know on Zoom it's a very different kind of thing, but even on Zoom, we can sense when people's heads are down or moving over here, or if they're distracted. It can go a really long way and make a huge difference if it's clear that you have your head up, your eyes making, contact with the screen or with the camera, and that you are truly giving it your full attention. And to meet your neighbors where they're at, and that's part of empathy. Most often, they want to know, always, they want to know that they've been heard. They're upset or they're excited, and they need you to know that, and they need to know that you understand that. And so that might be something that you're able to communicate. And it might just be as simple, I hear that this is really important to you. I can see that you're passionate about this. I can see that this is upsetting to you. Being able to just name the energy that you are seeing, that's helping you to meet them where they're at so that they do feel seen and heard. And this one is part of humility as well as transparency, to be prepared, but be okay with an honest, I don't know. To be able to say, I don't know, but I'm going to find out for you, or I'm going to defer to someone else who can help with this. To be okay with, I don't know, I think shows transparency and shows that people can trust you because they're getting that honest response from you. When they're there in front of you, to focus on the issue, what it is that they're saying, not the person or the personality. I suspect that there are, personalities that either because they're attached to a certain person, or they might remind you of someone else, or they're coming from a place that seems disconnected, like they're upset about something you're excited about. You acknowledge that, but at the same time, we try to move through that, notice it, but focus on the issue that they're sharing as opposed to personalizing it. And that can make a big difference in being able to kind of detach from that emotion that's being shared that might cloud our ability to have a productive dialogue with them. We always want to find the shared stake. And on a baseline level, it doesn't matter if you agree or disagree, you both care about what happens in Muskegon. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a conversation taking place. So if nothing else, that's a shared stake. You both care about this community. And you both know that neighbors and city government need to be in conversation. And you both want what's best for the community. That's another thing that is often really powerful to name. There might be something that's more specific, like we both want a clean and safe beachfront for the community. We want our pedestrian ways to be accessible and safe. We want illegal guns off the street. Those are things that are those shared stakes that, if it's appropriate, name that and say, I care about that too. And here's what I want to do about it. And so that's the finding the yes and. Being able to say, yes, I hear you. And one of the words that can shut things down quicker than anything is but. I hear you, but this is what we're going to do, or this is something you don't know. It's always helpful, and it always opens things up if you're able to say and to demonstrate empathy, which I already talked just for a moment about, to ask yourself, what context is this other person coming from? In what ways do they believe that they are good or right? And what are they afraid of? Because often, especially if something is coming from a highly charged place where they're upset, there's something that they're afraid of. And it might be they're afraid of something about the way of life that they are enjoying at the moment, or that they've come to depend on, something about their security they feel is being compromised or even threatened. So to be able to think about that, and even to ask, I wouldn't recommend saying, what are you afraid of? But what are you most concerned about? What does this change for you? How does this impact you? Those are ways at getting at that, what's underneath the concern that they're sharing. And then humility has to do with being able to really look at your own position, look at what you are sharing with people and saying, where might my position be hurting them? And that's a really hard question to ask ourselves, because we want to think that everything that we are doing is benefiting someone else. And it's very true that it's likely benefiting a huge majority of people. But there's always that chance that there's going to be that there are people for whom the change is going to be hurtful to them on some level. And it might be tangibly hurtful in terms of losing a job, or something about their job changing, or something about their environment changing. Or it might just be, like I said, something about their sense of security or their values that's being challenged. So to look at that, and then to say, what bothers me about that? What bothers me about my own perspective, and what do I want to do about that? And then patience, what can slow things down? How can I slow down this conversation? How can I slow myself down to keep myself from having that knee-jerk reaction, to jumping to worst intent? And instead, how can I be patient and slow down and look for what's underneath the concern that they're expressing, and what is the intention, and where is it coming from in terms of being a positive and constructive place? And then respect, how can I best show that I see them as a neighbor with a shared interest in our future? And by extending these things, I'm not saying that by you extending them, you're immediately going to see them mirrored, but by extending them and modeling that, you will eventually receive it back. And then recognize between legitimate concerns and the irrational fears. And this I picked up from a guide in Georgia that was for newly elected officials. And it kind of rubbed me a little bit the wrong way that they put irrational fears. And that's why I put the IR there in parentheses, because I thought to the person who has a lot of information, hearing someone's fears, they might seem irrational because you have the data, you have the plans, you know how you're going to proceed. You've been talking about whatever that is for weeks, months, years. To them, their fear is not irrational. It's very rational. Occasionally, there might be something where it's, you know, it is rooted in something that's much more primal and will be irrational. But I invite us to think about there's legitimate concern, and then there are to them, there are rational fears. And to be able to differentiate between those. It's also helpful to remember, and I also hesitated a little bit to show this because in that spirit of remembering that everyone is a neighbor, I don't particularly like putting labels like this on people to describe, you know, behaviors. And this was something that it seemed like it's helpful to remember that there are always in every community people who care passionately about something and put a stake in the ground such that they tend to follow a pattern. And we've all heard of NIMBY, you know, not in my backyard. It's not going to happen here. It's not going to be something that happens on my watch. They referred to CAVE, Citizens Against Virtually Everything. Again, you know, underneath that, what is being challenged or threatened for those people who you might think, oh, that's this person. They're always against virtually everything. What is it that's important to them that's being challenged, that's being asked to change? And then bananas, which I thought was kind of funny, but at the same time, I'm like, ugh, it hurts a little bit. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything. And the text I'm sharing here is lifted right from their guide. They said they offer valid concerns and they also conduct research and provide valuable information that can assist you in decision-making processes. And I thought that that was a really positive framing. It's not to stop you, it's possibly to assist you. And if you can find the common ground, if you enter into that dialogue, if you have a mutual respect for what they have to offer and the vested interests they have in the community, then there's more likely to be something that is collaborative. And so that goes on to say, with a little effort, you should be able to recognize the difference between those legitimate concerns, and I'm going to just say rational fears. And to remember that your job as an elected official is to represent the entire community, not just a particular block or subdivision, or neighborhood association, or you know, or even the people that only live here. There are people who don't live here and work here. And as Leanne's going to share with those stakeholder surveys, they filled out those, they feel like they are stakeholders as well, and they have a vested interest in what's going on here in Muskegon. And so they have a certain representation as well. And always to show appreciation, acknowledge their contribution, and thank them for speaking up. Whether you agree with them or not, whether it was productive or not, whether they were upset or they were happy, it's hard to stand up. It's hard to show up and speak out and speak your mind. And so on a baseline, you know, to say thank you for sharing your opinions, thank you for sharing your insight or the research that you've done. It helps us to do our job better, and we just appreciate that you showed up. And finally, you know, don't be crisis managers. You know, very few actions have to be taken at the very first meeting that they're considered. And it's not about putting out fires, right? We want to be able to be proactive and be looking at things as opportunities, not as crisis. And so to if there's any, I'm a person that puts out fires or we have to fix all of these things, it's not about crisis management, but it's about being the leaders of opportunities in our community. And to remember that the most vocal people are probably the most passionate, and they probably represent the extremes of the continuum. And it's the extremes that you hear from. So to be able to use that discernment about legitimate concerns and to recognize the strong demands of special interest groups or those who are the most vocal, who want it done now in their way, those can obscure sometimes, especially in the heat of the moment, what's in the long-term public interest of the community as a whole. And so here it says you may be hearing from the wrong people. And again, I'm pulling this from the Colorado Municipal League and League of Kansas Municipalities brochure. I take issue a little bit with the wrong people. You're hearing from the right people. You're hearing from your neighbors. It's just you're not getting the whole story. And so to be able to discern in that moment, am I hearing the whole story? Am I hearing from everyone that needs to be heard, or am I just hearing from this vocal group of neighbors that is representing a certain percentage, and I need to make sure that I'm representing all? And so I want to end by just reiterating, you're not going to please everyone. And that really relates to that last slide. Every day, somebody is going to be upset, and other people are going to be really happy and pleased and feel grateful for the progress that's being made. And there's attention that needs to be paid to both. But there's power in remembering that you're not going to please everyone. And then again, to assume best intent. As you assume best intent with them, as you put out that energy, over time, the goal is that the relationship starts to shift and that they can start seeing best intent in you. So with that, any questions before I hand this over to Frank, because we're going to shift gears and get into our goal review and reflection. And I can't see everyone. So if you do have anything, I invite you to unmute. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your attention in going through all of that. And like I said, I hope that it was mostly reminders and that anything that you took away from that is something that you can use to have just a more, again, I keep coming back to that word grounded, a more grounded presence when in that kind of dialogue with your neighbors. So with that, Frank, I can't see you, but I'm going to turn it over to you to start with our 2019 goal review and some reflection.
All right. I think last time I did this for the commissioners, I promised it would be reasonably short. And so I'm going to try to be more cognizant of that this time because it took a little bit longer than I thought. But I still need, I texted Ann, I don't know if she got it or not, but I still need screen sharing ability. Otherwise, I can't really do this. So whoever can give me that.
I'll get that added on, Frank.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nice to see the sun today. Some blue sky. Onita, you're like right, you're getting a good dose of vitamin D right now.
All right, I think I'm able to share this now. Let's see here. There, are you able to see that? Am I shared?
Yes, you're good.
All right, perfect. Okay, so I'm just gonna spend really just a few minutes going over our, I guess, what the goal time frame that we recently completed. Most of you guys that are on here probably remember, and most everybody was here except for maybe a handful, that we started this process even way back in 2016 at the coffee factory using facilitator at the time to help us identify four main goal areas, and then a number of intermediary steps within those goals to get us to a vision, a 5-year vision, which is coincidentally 2021, where we're sitting today. And so I'll just spend a couple minutes going over those so people who don't recall or weren't involved can see what those goals were and what that vision was. But if you see right here, they centered on housing, image, quality of life, and revitalizing our revenues. So in housing, the vision really was to create an environment that effectively attracts new residents to Muskegon by filling existing employment gaps, attracting new businesses to the city, and expanding access to high quality housing in Muskegon. I think we've made significant movement in each of those areas. In particular, we've seen more housing starts in Muskegon probably in the last 5 years than we probably have seen in the previous 25 years. You know, I'm saying that a little anecdotally, but while we've added some great market rate apartment options and some great market rate single family housing options in our core city, we've also added moderate income housing in those same neighborhoods, and we've added low income housing in those same neighborhoods. We've renovated a number of houses to kind of help save some of the character of the neighborhood. We've built new houses. We've partnered with a number of builders, and one of the things that I'm excited about most is that we've actually gotten builders interested in investing their time and money in Muskegon. So you can imagine over the last 30 years, urban areas like Muskegon, all over the state of Michigan, they weren't the places where home builders built their homes. There's more profit to be made in suburban areas, and that's essentially where they built. It was easier to sell them. It was easier to get them financed. People that bought them expected that the values would go up over time. Whereas in a place like Muskegon, they had been stagnant at best in many of our neighborhoods. In many cases, they were falling. So the idea that we have people interested in investing their time and efforts here, that's been one of the biggest positives for creating new housing here in Muskegon. At the same time, we've done a pretty good job of creating programs that can help fill some of these employment gaps. You see one picture on here from one of our industrial companies now, but we went through a program where we acquired with grant money the prison site, and we're actually going to see a site very quickly go from essentially housing inmates to providing jobs for in a diverse community. And while we don't have anything on the hook there yet, we've been really at the top of a number of searches that we applied for at the state level. And I think it's really just a matter of time before we see that fill up. The next one was image. Here we want to create an environment where blight fight efforts can be highly successful in improving attractiveness of our community's neighborhoods, both to current residents and to potential future residents. We wanted to have a big impact on fighting blight and improving the attractiveness of our community. One of the items that I like to look at goes back to our actual blight fight program itself, back to our what we call environmental code enforcement here. And I got the numbers in front of me, but when we started this process back in 2016, which had our most complete year, through Safe Built, we had to issue 8,821 enforcement letters. Those are things for people that had property issues on their house. Could be anything from home maintenance to lawn maintenance, to trash in the yards, things like that. You fast forward to 2019, that full complete year, there were only 4,950. So there's a 44% reduction over that 4-year period. And what we're seeing now is that the severity of the letters that are going out is a lot different. So whereas we used to have to send out a lot of letters for houses that were falling down or in need of being condemned, or had many dumpsters full of garbage in the yards, or had many years of decay. Now we're finding that we're sending a lot of letters out for grass that's 8 inches tall, or for essentially smaller, easier to repair code enforcement issues. So what we're seeing is that people are by and large buying in to the idea that they need to take care of their homes. And why is that important to us? It goes back to the other goal, housing. And in many of our neighborhoods, our housing stock was, for lack of better terms, kind of like used and abused and treated like throwaway for decades by a lot of people. And a lot of times by the time we could get involved, the way that we're allowed to get involved through state law is our only option was to tear down a house that wasn't worth investing in. And now hopefully what we're seeing as values rise in the neighborhoods and people take more pride in the ownership of their home, including landlords, that the houses are going to last longer, the houses are going to be reinvested in, and we're going to have overall better housing and better neighborhoods for the people that live there and want to live there. But a number of other things with the image that we've done. You've seen different art projects throughout town. We're working on repainting the railroad bridges now. That was really important to a number of folks. A lot of the concern about our image, there were two factions. It was, what do people who live here think about it, and what do people who don't live here think about Muskegon? And I think in a lot of ways we've improved both of those, views of our image in different ways to both of those groups, to where Muskegon, is looked more highly upon, in the region than we ever have been. And a lot of the folks that live here are feeling better about the type of city that we are becoming. Quality of life ended up being kind of one of the larger of the four goal areas as we progress through the 5-year plan. The thought process here was that we needed to create an environment that puts an emphasis on improving our amenities, investing in the traits that positively affect our residents' quality of life, including focus on improving community safety. The second year of this plan, we ended up identifying as a group 7 tenets of quality of life, because I think when, as we talked about all these things that we were doing, almost everything could be pushed back to quality of life. And I think part of the conversation was, depending on what each of us sees as quality of life, if it's one particular thing, improving that for one person could maybe have a negative impact on somebody else's quality of life. And so we wanted to be cognizant that quality of life wasn't a very simple thing. It meant a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And so in 2017, going into 2018, the commission adopted these 7 tenets of quality of life. And they were and the idea was, if everything we did focused on improving one of these areas here in some way for some people, that the community would incrementally get better, and incrementally everybody would have improvement in their quality of life, even if improvement in one of these cause backtrack for one particular person or group, improvement in another area can kind of offset that and give them more quality of life in the things that they care about. But there were education, living conditions, productive activities, environment, health, leisure activities, and governance. And I think if you look at the time since 2017, the things that we invested in and things that were important to us, I think you can easily look at and slide them into any one of these categories right here, and some of them into multiple categories. If it ranges from improving the types of housing and the quality of housing, improving income levels, providing more things for people to do, and not just jobs, but things for people to volunteer to do, to get involved and to stay busy and engaged in their community. And even some of the things that we've done to improve governance and citizen participation. We have the equity conversation a lot, and just paying more attention to all the things that could be important to different segments of people in the community. Revitalizing revenues was one of them that might seem kind of funny to be talking about now, but if you rewind back to where we stood in 2016, there was a lot of uncertainty. The city really hadn't had a lot of revenue growth year over year for many years. we had lost major employers. We had lost major taxpayers with BC Cobb and SAPI. We were just in the midst of the state kind of, changing the way that they tracked and accounted for things like legacy costs for a community, like pensions and things like that. And they were coming to the realization that there's a chance that the money we were putting away throughout the 1980s and 1990s and early 2000s wasn't enough, although we thought it was for many, many, many years. And what we were finding was that at the same time our revenues were stagnating, our costs for legacy things that almost weren't even here anymore were skyrocketing. And so it was really important to the commission and staff at that time to focus on how do we revitalize our revenues so that we can continue to grow and prosper as a community. At the time, we were in the middle of building Midtown Square, so we wanted to make sure we were reclaiming most of our investments there. We wanted to nurture all the startup projects that we had throughout the city. And then we wanted to explore certain staff recommendations to creating new revenues. I think we did a good job of reclaiming Midtown Square the very best we could have. I think if I could go back and change anything about Midtown Square, I probably would have been advocating that we build more houses at that time, just knowing that the quality of house that we could get in 2016 for the cost versus what we can get in 2021 for the cost, they're not really comparable. I think the houses are costing 30 to 40% more per square foot, and it's much harder for us to actually reclaim the investments now, even with property values going up as fast as they are. But also exploring staff recommendations for new revenues. I think a number of them ended up being pretty successful since that time. If you recall, we did a streetlight assessment to help get our costs related to streetlights down and fund the upgrade to LEDs, which I think probably 4 out of the 5 zones are completed now. And I think we have one large zone to do on the west side of the city, and that'll get most of the LED streetlights in place. We implemented paid parking at the beach. I think this thing says we collected $500,000 on here, but it's kind of been updated since then. I think if you look at what we collected from people who paid and what we collected from tickets that were written and things like that, that number, exceeds probably, $600,000-$700,000 for the first year that this was in place. And considering that we didn't really start enforcing until I think end of June, there's probably some opportunity that there could be some more compliance even next year. Those have both been very helpful in helping to right that ship. But at the same time, the commission and staff did a great job of going back and looking at which departments and which areas were causing our legacy costs to balloon so much. And to the credit of all of our employment unions and all of our leadership here at the staff level, I think every single pension has been close to new hires for many years, but every single one of them over the last 4 years has been bridged down to a more affordable benefit. So even the folks that are still here working, even as police officers, as department heads in the Public Works Department, there was a day, I think in January of 2018, where their future benefits were reduced. So their pensions were capped based on what they had earned up to that point, and then a new pension system was put in place that was in some cases 15 to 20% cheaper than what we had been paying for. And we're seeing the savings there quite a bit. I promised I would keep it short, and I'm going to. I think we shared, it's about a 30-page document that kind of really goes into detail on this. And talks about the individual year, the individual updates year over year between 2016 and 2021. And I'll gladly reshare that into this discussion so the people that are here can see it. If they haven't read it yet, they can learn more about the information here. But this is the hard part about this one is if we really want to talk about the progress that we made over 5 years, we almost need a day to talk about it by itself, because there were quite a bit of things that happened since 2016. But I think if I can speak for staff, I can say that I'm very comfortable that we reached more of the vision for 2021 than I ever thought we would. How's that sound? I knew it was aggressive. I think we all thought it was aggressive. It looked really, really pretty in 2016. The idea that we would have so many things that we would have made so many steps towards that vision If you would have asked me in 2016, I would have said it would have been a heavy lift, and I'm pretty surprised and grateful for the staff and the commission action between then and now, because I look back at it and I'm very pleasantly surprised and proud of the things that we accomplished in that time. And now you can end my screen sharing and take it back from me.
Okay. Thank you so much, Frank. And I'm, let's see, I need to bear with me for just a moment. Okay. Not necessarily going to do a round robin on this one, but I would love to hear from some folks as we digest what Frank was sharing and what I know that you've been, this information that you've had now for a little while, to reflect on. And Frank, you started to talk about this. What are you proud of? And I love, Frank, that you said surprised me. And so I'd like to tweak that question just a little bit to hear from you. What are you proud of or most surprised about when it comes to the past 5 years and the progress that's been made? And this is just open mic.
This is Dan Rinsman. I mean, I'm surprised at the strong housing market. And, I moved here 18 years ago and bought a house downtown and, wasn't sure if it would, ever get above the value that I bought for it. I think Muskegon was late to coming to recognizing the assets of cities and downtowns as part of larger urban centers. And I'm surprised. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. I just am happy that people finally have come to appreciate what a city, an urban center means to a community, and that they're valuing it, and that we can try to make it the best we can.
Great, thank you, Dan.
Dave Alexander here. One of the things I guess that surprised me in working with the Chamber and Convention Visitors Bureau in downtown to welcome the people coming off the cruise ships is that one of their first impressions of our community is that it's clean. And I've lived here since '81 when I came to Muskegon, and that is not the first word that came to my mind in trying to describe our community, but it is something that people coming here for the first time get an impression, and these are people that come from all over the United States.
Thanks, Dave. Great. Who else? Ken Johnson.
Thank you. I guess I'm not so surprised by the progress we've made on these goals over the last 5 years because I think our community has a great deal of value and potential, and we're realizing that. And we have a very committed, smart and capable group of folks that are working towards achieving these goals amongst commissioners and staff. One thing that I would say I'm somewhat surprised by, though, is the revenue revitalization. Because I remember, in 2013 and 2014 and 2015 and 2016, looking at those 5-year forecasts of our cash flow and like our general fund performance, those 5-year forecasts, each of those years were showing that general fund being depleted and nearly gone, if not gone, by the 5th or 6th year. And so to see that turn around so strongly and being in such a better fiscal situation, helping us then navigate this pandemic better. I mean, it's a struggle, but it's helping us to survive that better. That's a surprise.
Yeah, nice. Thank you, Ken. Who else? Proud of, surprised by?
This is Leanne. I guess, I wasn't working for the city in 2016 when the goals were set. And in the short time that I have worked here, the thing that has really impressed me is how many developers from outside of Muskegon are reaching out to us and talking about you know, what they're hearing about Muskegon, and Muskegon is really becoming the it place. And, you know, I mean, I was born and raised in Muskegon, and so I've lived through a lot of people saying a lot of negative things about Muskegon. And it is so uplifting to hear people from the outside say, wow, you guys are doing some really cool stuff.
Cool.
If I can go next too, I know I just spoke about all this stuff, but one thing that really surprised me, I think it goes back to a little bit of what Dan was saying, a little bit what Commissioner Johnson was saying, and that the resiliency that we've seen in this community over the last 10 plus years is just, it's almost outrageous. Whereas the things that we've faced, and I'm going to share some numbers with you, but the things that we faced, they could have easily been the, you know, we would have been happy to let them be our excuse for failing, you know. And I'll give you an example. If you go back, you know, to the beginning of 2000, our top two taxpayers, Consumers Energy and well, you know, the BC Cobb plant and Sappi, they had a taxable value of $131 million. Today, they have a combined taxable value of $18 million. They used to make up 20% of our tax collections. Today, they make up 2.7. And then if you look at the next date, because we always look at our top 10, those are our top two. If you look at our next date, at the same time, they used to have $68 million in taxable value, making up almost 10%, right? And now they have a $39 million taxable value, making up 6%. But here's the big thing. When you look at everybody else, all the diversity, all the things that were created, all the individual people and the small investors that invested in the community, back in 2000, everybody else had total taxable value of $472 million. They made up 71% of our collections, right? Today, they have a value of over $600 million, and they make up 91% of it. And so when we're looking into the future, how diverse, how resilient are we going to be? I would say that we're probably more resilient than a lot of cities probably in Michigan, because we don't have, you know, the 2 or the 3 or the 10 taxpayers that are making up, you know, 40% of our income that we have to worry about, you know, what happens if they go, or what happens if something changes in the market. Our community is now driven, 91% of our community is driven by essentially the average, you know, the other 98%, if you want to call them that. And I think that's going to make us, when we look at this 5 years from now and 10 years from now, if that trend continues, it's going to make us stronger and more resilient, and be able to handle the changes that come and go, you know, in local government. That doesn't mean I wouldn't happily take a new business with $131 million in taxable value, but I don't think we turn them down. But the idea that we don't have to rely on them, we don't have to worry about what happens to the auto industry necessarily for one of our major employers. I mean, it's a big thing for us as we're planning for the future.
Great. Thank you, Frank. Always good to have that longer term perspective. Anyone else before I move on to the next question?
I had a question.
Yeah.
Because it's really great that we are looking at the longer term perspective and what our 5-year plans and goals were, you know, back in 2016, and how they've developed and where we're at now. But I was wondering, do we also have any kind of report out or information about our 2019 goals, and reviewing those and evaluating them as we're going into this next goal setting for 2021? Because one of the central focuses of that conversation and the goal setting was social equity then. And there are a number of things in there that we're hoping to achieve. And so I'm just wondering if we might have any kind of report out on, you know, where we're at with that.
So I'm going to defer to Frank and Leanne on that.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself, and I'm just reaching around muting everybody else. In this document, which I'll share, I didn't put together a presentation on them, but in the document which was shared to commissioners, I think whenever I did the presentation at the commission meeting, each year's goals are identified separately in there as well. So I don't know that I'm prepared to like dig them out and go over those individually right now. I mean, if you guys are wanting to talk about them, I'm sure we can engage in that, but I didn't put a presentation together specifically for one of the individual years as part of this. But the information is in there, and each action item from each year is called out individually in there.
Thank you. I'm not sure, I don't know, may I share the link for 2019 goals so people have this as a frame of reference going into 2021? Like, can I do that in chat? I don't know. Is that okay, City Clerk, for me to share that kind of communication with everyone through chat? I don't know. I wanted to just make sure I'm being compliant with the OMA.
Yes, you're fine. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. And yes, please refer to that when we do our breakout rooms to be able to go back to that document. It's nice to have that handy for a reference point. What are you disappointed in? And that might be, you know, something didn't quite make as much progress as you had hoped, or it didn't quite go the direction that you wanted. Is there anything that that feels incomplete or disappointing? And maybe a starter phrase for it is, I wish that.
I'll go ahead.
I'll go. Oh,
This is Anne. I was just gonna say that there were a couple of developments that they made presentations that were really on fire, and I was really excited to see those happen. And we didn't see those come to fruition, and that would have been pretty exciting to see, but it happens.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. I think Dan, you were going to weigh in.
sure. I think, there was a number of things over the years in our goal setting, bigger societal issues. I mean, jobs and job training, and I work in workforce development, and it never ends. And it's sometimes you see so much potential, and it's hard to realize. And I know there's so many people working at it in their particular capacities, and sometimes it's hard to move the needle on things like that.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else that stands out to you? Okay.
This is Ken Grant. I think one of the biggest disappointments that we have is this pandemic. I think we were going on, our trajectory was really high, our revenues were great, and then everything just kind of came to a pause. We were doing record numbers in property tax and income tax, and our downtown was thriving, and all of a sudden it just came to a stop. So I think that's one of my biggest disappointment is, and we don't really have any control over it, but that I think we were heading to such a high plateau that it just came to a sudden halt when this pandemic hit.
Yeah, thank you, Kenneth. Yeah, I think that's something that probably most of us share. It's discouraging. And what I appreciate is the number of times that word resilient came up, and that proven in times of when the ship is on an even keel. It's tested and proven when we're off balance like this. So what do these results, what does what you shared that you were proud or surprised by or disappointed in, what does that tell you about what we're here today to talk about in the 2021 goals? Is there any information there that you want to name that feels like as we're moving forward, we need to keep this in mind?
This is Leanne. One of the things that comes to my mind is that, as Frank was going through the presentation on the past goals, I was thinking about all the things I had read in the stakeholder surveys and the stakeholder meeting notes, and how much we're still in alignment with those things. Those are still the things that are important to people. So, you know, I mean, I think that's good that we still need to do the same things. And I think that there's need for more progress on certain things. But, you know, I mean, we'll get into that, but just thinking that a lot of what has been important remains important for people.
Great, thank you. What else does this bring up that we want to remember as we shift gears into goal setting?
This is Steve Garin. You know, Beth Lewis just sent up a chat that, or was that you? Where am I looking? Beth Philo. I love that. What's important then is still important now. And there's been alignment, the need for more progress on certain areas. And I think that's what always hits me, is that nothing we do is one off and then solved. You know, it's continual process. Those elements that are important for a strong, cohesive community are probably eternal. We just have to continue to husband, you know, them and make them strong and make each other strong in our relationships in order to sustain, you know, our community. There's always going to be a variation on the theme, but those elements that keep us strong are probably, you know, universals in many, many ways. And so many other important things break out from them. But I think there's, you know, core needs in municipal governance that need to continually, you know, be focused upon. And we just continue to do the good work as best we possibly can, with all hands on deck.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And I'm just making note of that and sending that in the chat. Yeah, as we move forward, you know, I think one of the challenges that we had in our August session was in terms of identifying priorities. It feels like everything is a priority and everything is a priority to somebody, and to recognize that everything is still going to be worked on, and there are certain areas in which putting an emphasis is going to have a ripple effect on other areas, and that it's always ongoing, and that the work is never done. Continuous progress. So I appreciate that perspective, Mayor Steve. Anyone else before we move into public comment?
Yeah, I think public participation is going to be big going forward. This board seems to be very big on that. And I do think you guys made the right decision on when we sent out those zoning letters. That was a pretty big decision. It was a lot of notices, but we did get them out. But how do we quantify what the results are? You know, we've been pushing this type of rezoning for a while, and there's always been a lot of naysayers, but we really whittled it down to only a handful. And some of the people that called in were, you know, even just not sure what was going on, so they still needed to learn. So yeah, I think, you know, we're all willing to go to as many meetings as we need to get the information out. And there's so many options now for public participation with Zoom, in-person meetings, surveys. So just how we're going to set a standard for moving forward with what public participation goals are going to be and what steps we're going to take. And then how do we really analyze it and have time to study the information before we make big decisions.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Well, I think with that, Anne, I'd like to defer to you for the public comment period, and we'll follow that with our 10-minute break.
Absolutely, thank you. So I do know that we have several members of the public that are here, and I wanted to see right now if there was anybody who wanted to speak, and if so, if you could give your name and address, and you do have 3 minutes for comment. I do know that we have a 5-minute presentation, I believe by Chauncey. I saw him in here. So, yep. Just turn on your camera and let us see you. Chauncey, I think you're gonna.
Yeah, I can't get
There you are.
It's not letting me. You cannot start your video. Okay, start.
Oh, okay.
There it is.
You go.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Can
Uh,
you give us
morning.
your name and address, please?
Oh, name is Chauncey Williams, 1438 Norton, Muskegon, Michigan, 49441. Speaking on the behalf of MCEC, Muskegon Community Educational Center, me and my counselor, Tom Ellis, is on the line also. About 2 weeks ago, met with Ken Johnson, one of the county commissioners, and talked to him about our concept here at MCEC on what our superintendent, Matthew Cortez, has envisioned with our program. Our program is a partnership program with the state of Michigan, the Michigan Department of Education, and we have about 92 students in our program. We're an extension of Muskegon Public, but our focus is social emotional learning and career readiness. Our program has been expanding with certificate programs through MCC that we're building, relationships with CTC, Career Trade Center, and other aspects to help students recover credits. In those spaces, we have a vision for a 6-10 vocational building where our students have exploration, STEM, and career opportunities in space, in this educational space. We're also focusing on, with our teachers, PBL, project-based learning, and CBE, competency-based education, where we can articulate credit through our counselors and through our curriculum directors, where our students can work towards graduation by working in fields as such as trades, culinary, and other experiences that our community has to offer. Now, sitting with Ken and meeting with Ken, we've came to the conclusion that students between the ages of 13 to 17, it's a hard find for them in our community, in Muskegon specifically. And when I joined the Zoom, I heard someone say a one-off. And that's exactly right. One-offs do not work in our community. But unfortunately, being in this community as an educator for over 17 years, working in Muskegon since 2012, also working in Muskegon Heights for 6 years, I've seen one-offs has been the experience with our children in our educational system, where there's either a picture taken and one thing is done, or one summer experience is done, but the opportunity to build PBL or CBE education is left behind. So our ask is, as Muskegon is watching it go, while Muskegon is going, where is Muskegon Public Schools in this space that we're growing in? Our program builds partnerships and relationships with the MCCs, the CTCs, MSU extensions, where our students don't do one-offs. They get experiences where they get a chance to have professionals in front of them, but also work in capacity where they can build those relationships, because they don't have the foundational families, single parent homes, life issues, other things come into play. And this pandemic has revealed that a lot of things are out of place when it comes to social equity. And our students find themselves in two spaces: apologizing or asking permission to be in a space where education should be their forefront, where they should have a choice where they should be, and they should not be ashamed of the growth that's going on in their community, and they should not feel out of place. So our ask at MCEC is, as the city is growing, as the foundational things are happening, not to our kids, what will be able to happen with our kids with the economic plan and the things as such that is growing? Like I said earlier, not one-offs, but experiences where our students can possibly articulate credit by working in a CBE situation where the builders that's coming into our city, are they from Muskegon? Do they have a plan to connect to the school to do things with our students so they can go into these fields where they can be introduced? We're not saying make 50 plumbers, pipe fitters, but what I've noticed is, being an educator, when you're able to interface with the trades or entrepreneurship, you have an experience where you're ready to tackle your goals and have learning experiences where you can connect. I really appreciate Ken coming and meeting with us and connecting, but we have a plan that would suffice and help the city and also help the investors that's looking to build our city where we can grow together. So as a person from the public sphere, but also growing up in this community in Muskegon and Muskegon Heights and working with our students, I feel that we have a program that can also illuminate and enlighten Muskegon as a county, and we can grow together. Now I have my counselor online, also Mr. Ellis. I don't know how much time I have left, but I would like for him to expound on how he does and what he does with our students.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Ellis?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I just want to build right on what Chauncey talked about. So our plan is to really take.
I'm sorry, can I get your address, please?
Oh, sure. I live 3582 West Springwoods Drive.
Thank you.
Sure. To reimagine what education looks like and take education, large parts of it out of the school building and into the city. So we talk about this in different areas as city as school. So how do we take an opportunity to work with the skilled trades member, and how do we formalize that and make it not just a one-off experience, but something sustainable, something that might last a year, 2 years, 3 years, lead to certification and credentials, lead into apprenticeships and journeyman, and how do we then connect that back to credits from high school? So how do we take opportunities in the city and make them replace classes that you would take in high school and make it relevant and real for our students?
Okay, is there anyone else here to speak? I believe everybody got a message asking you what breakdown room you would like to be in. So if you haven't looked at your direct messages, if you could do that and answer that, that would be really helpful to us.
I'm sorry, I think I missed the directions. Do I just start saying my name and address for
There you
public?
go. Yes, you do. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Deborah Warren, 123 West Larch Avenue. Great to see everybody and hear what's been going on in the meeting so far. I think that there's been so much valuable information, even just now, up to what's happened at this point between presentations and public comment and everybody that's been chiming in. And there's just a few things that I want to kind of build off briefly. One of them being, I think it was Mike Franzik that was talking about quantifying results and talking about surveys and talking about public participation and what that looks like moving forward. And I know you met with stakeholders, and there's lots swirling around. And so I really look forward to hearing on what that's going to look like. Because that part, as we all know, is so critical. And I think it's concerning to a lot of people, including, I'm sure a lot of people on this call, of like that idea of if you're asking people what they think and you're asking people what they want, and then it goes unread or unutilized, sometimes maybe strictly because of the planning that went into it, right? When you are going to do, when we're all going to do these public participations, figuring out what we want to get out of it, only because a lot of people feel discouraged. And I don't think it's just the passionate few, that are speaking out that feel discouraged. And I think that's valid. And I think that one of the things that's really frustrating is that it takes time, right? Like we want to do things fast. Like we want to get the survey out and we want to get the results and we want to hold a meeting and I can appreciate that and I can value that, but taking a breath to really listen to people and to have the foresight of what do we want to get out of this and what can we actually use from this, so that we can build that trust and really feel like we're moving forward together. With that, maybe stopping to say the vocal minority, that term comes up a lot. And I know that's used in a lot of different places, but we hear that a lot of like, it's only the vocal minority that's against this. And that's really damaging to getting public participation. If we keep pinpointing that the only people speaking up are the people that think differently than the whole rest, it's just very dismissive and damaging. And so playing off of that public participation, people have so many great ideas, and really care so much about this community. And so the presentation about how do we act with empathy and integrity and respect and all of those things, I think is things to take to heart. And with that, building on that is reviewing some of those. I can't wait to hear the presentation or whenever it comes out about what happened with the 2019 goals, right? The community safety plan and there was an equity action plan in there. Like equity is talked about all the time, but there was actually an action plan in those minutes that maybe some things happened, maybe they didn't. I mean, the community safety plan too, it was spelled out like, of course, not every idea is going to happen, but just that building off of that and where are we at with that?
Deb, you have about 15 seconds.
Yeah, I really think that, I know it's super cheesy, but I think we're in this together. And I think we have a lot of people that care so much about this community. And so whatever we can do to respect that and work together, I think is really important. And I think most of us want that. Things just get in the way. So I just look forward to working together even when it's hard.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, may I just want to jump in right quick and thank Chauncey and Tom for speaking today. I only emailed them last night and gave them the heads up about this meeting and invited them to address us during public comment. So it's very short notice. They got the email this morning and jumped on here. So I really appreciate them coming to speak about their program, because I do think what they're trying to build intersects very nicely with the themes of today's conversations, which are social equity, youth, and housing. So I just want to say thank you to Mr. Williams and Mr. Ellis.
Anyone else from the public want to make a statement or have anything to share? Okay, all right. Beth, is the plan to go into break according to?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's take a break until 10:30. Please be back here promptly at 10:30 and we'll pick up with the rest of our time together. Thank you.
We're at 10:30, so if you can hear the sound of my voice, then
quick to make sure. Okay, there we go. All right. I hope everyone had a good break, had a chance to stretch and hydrate, and it's just good to be back with you. So we get into now some of the future-looking aspects of the conversation. We've been taking a look back in some respects, and as we look forward, we'll still use those as reference points for sure. But now it's a chance to look to the future. I wanted to quickly say, as we're transitioning into the next phase of this, I really appreciated the representatives from the education system in terms of their reminder to us and sharing with us some updates about what's been going on with them and why what we're talking about with youth and education is important. And I also appreciated Deborah Warren's comments about that vocal minority. And you know, she's absolutely right in that we can't be dismissive of that vocal minority. And I hope that that's something that we remember, because that vocal minority often represents a silent majority, or they can represent a silent majority. And part of the work to be done is really listening to see what is, you know, who are they representing and where is the truth in what they're saying, because there's always going to be truth in it. So it's discerning what's the truth in what they're sharing and what is the scope, the audience for whom they are speaking, and to be able to tell where, you know, where the majority actually is. So I just appreciated that that perspective that she shared and wanted to add that into this. If you will bear with me a moment, I am, oops, let's see, presenter view. Okay. Wanted to touch on really quickly just some highlights from our August 12th session, because I don't know about you, but even last month feels like a year ago, and August 12th feels like about 5 years ago. But there were definitely just a few things to pull out that were highlights. And one was that the themes that just kept coming up and up again is that we really were striving for a diverse, equitable community. And one of the strengths that we've spoken about several times here does have to do with that diversity. It is a strength. And how do we use that creatively? How do we lean into that to create a more equitable environment for everyone? And then how do we create and reinforce what we already have and build on this great destination that we have to live, to learn, to work, and to play? We also talked about the importance of neighbor and stakeholder input and involvement, and that's another theme that's come up today. And I remember that the word all came up a lot during our conversations, that this is a team effort, that everyone's input, everyone's work is needed in this. To use Mayor Steve's phrase from the beginning, all of us are involved in the labor of love, because something we share is this love of Muskegon and the desire to make it even stronger. And out of that session came those highlights, came the priorities that we want to be focusing our conversation on today. And that was youth and education, social justice and equity, and affordable housing. As we name these priorities, again, it's not to say that anything that doesn't directly fall under these is not important and isn't a priority, but this is where we identified where we felt like, where do we want to move the needle? Where do we really want to be putting effort and resources and energy into moving these things forward for a better Muskegon? With that, I'm going to turn it over to Leanne to give us some results from that neighbor and stakeholder survey and conversations that we've had. So Leanne, over to you. Do you want me to stop the share screen?
No, I don't have any kind of a presentation. I was just really going to talk about what I learned in reading through the notes from the stakeholder meetings and the survey results that we received. So I did provide to the staff and commissioners some documents that summarize what I saw as themes running through the responses that we received from people. And I ended up focusing on about 5 of the questions that we had asked in the survey and of the stakeholder groups, just because I was looking at the things that would be most likely to inform goals. And so I focused on what did people say were their most important priorities? What did people say they needed from the city? What did they say the priorities for our city leaders should be? What did they think was the most positive future they could envision for Muskegon, thinking that that was very forward-looking? And then if they had 3 wishes for Muskegon, what would they be? And so when, and I guess I want to point out too that the surveys were made available on our website. I'm sure that we posted links on Facebook. I'm not sure where else it was shared. And we got over 150 responses, and they were from residents, non-residents. We did ask if people worked in the city or if they did not, and the resident question. And so we got a diverse group. I will say that the majority of people that responded did say that they were residents. So just keeping that in mind. And looking at those surveys, the words that really seemed to be repeated over and over were inclusion, diversity, that we want a diverse, welcoming community. Youth was mentioned quite a lot. Safety, a lot of references to the beauty of our natural resources, many references to our neighborhoods with desires for quality housing at all price points. And lastly, economic development, that how important that is for our city to continue forward. And I wanted to read through the 3 wishes portions, not to give anybody specific responses, but the themes that I saw there. And again, this is this portion of what I'm talking about is from the survey results, and I'll talk more about the stakeholder meetings in a minute. So in the 3 wishes, the things that popped out to me were diverse citizenship where all feel included, a premier waterfront community, good jobs, fair and safe housing, a revitalized downtown with culture, good food, and tourism, a beautiful city, access to mental health services, healthy, vibrant, safe neighborhoods, reduced poverty, thriving businesses, transparent city government, clean, accessible waterfront, more development, safe infrastructure, good schools. And those are the ones that I read from the residents who responded. So moving on to other categories of people who are working in the city but don't live here. Their 3 wishes were an inclusive city, safe, clean, blight-free neighborhoods, a vibrant downtown, housing equality, and educational opportunities. A couple more categories that we had. There's some overlap here because people that were non-residents may have fit into the category of being those that worked here. So some of this might be a little bit repetitive, but a few more of the wishes: combined services with neighboring cities, a safe, friendly city, vibrant waterfront connected to downtown, education and training opportunities, an inclusive city, continued development, boat access to downtown again, and promote Muskegon and our culture and natural resources. So those are the things that stuck out to me as being most commonly mentioned in the surveys that we received. And when I had the chance to look through the stakeholder meetings, I guess I would like to start out by saying that how grateful I am that staff and commissioners participated in these, and grateful for the groups that were willing to meet with us. It was just really refreshing to read what people were saying. Certainly there's work for us to do, but there was just this underlying theme of love for Muskegon and a desire for things to just continue to get better and, further improvement. So in the stakeholder surveys, the things that stood out to me as being most often mentioned, stable quality job opportunities, access to wealth for minorities, including more neighbors when making decisions, thriving small businesses, reduced violence. And again, I really like to turn to these three wishes. And these are the things that stood out: a safe place for youth, abundant support for people in need and marginalized communities, end racial injustice, continue conversations to mend differences, continued growth in home values, more development downtown with more retail and restaurant options, affordable housing with safe, thriving neighborhoods, access to mental health services, equal access to quality education, and youth who feel connected to their community. That youth connection came up quite a lot in the stakeholder meetings. There were numerous suggestions of ways to connect youth with adults so that they could learn from each other and become more comfortable with each other. And I think it's really fitting that that came up in our public input as well. So to me, that's an area that, I personally would like to focus on. So those are the things that stood out to me as the most commonly mentioned, the most prevalent priorities that I saw in both the survey results and in the stakeholder meetings.
So are there any questions or follow-ups about what Leanne has shared? Okay, thank you, Leanne.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's cool to hear from the stakeholders and our neighbors and see the positivity that so many expressed and optimism. And what I heard, and I hope what the rest of you heard, was a reinforcement in many ways of these priorities that we identified back in August of youth and education, social justice and equity, and affordable housing. There's something very validating, and it shows that you are listening and that you are in touch with what's going on. So how do these core priorities feel considering that report and the stakeholder feedback? I mean, is there anything, does this still, I just reflected that it felt aligned. I'm wondering, you all are the ones that are working on this and establishing the goals. How does this feel to you? And this is just an open question for whoever would like to respond from the staff or commission.
Well, I'll go first. So, as I had mentioned before, I really do feel like there's alignment from, what goals were set back in 2016 and what we're hearing from the community now. I do think that, to some extent we need to stay the course. I am seeing, and, perhaps it's because of our focus that we put on these three topics back in August, but I do see more emphasis on youth and social justice.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or observations? The next question that I think I invite you to think about this, particularly in your breakout rooms. I didn't include it as a formal question, but what is the scope of these priorities? Each one of these is pretty huge. And so what is the priority within the priority? To think about what is the most important, and that might not be the most urgent, but what is the most important aspect of these priorities to be focusing on? And what is going to have that sort of, what within them is a gateway to other things, like within affordable housing or social justice and even youth and education? Like, what's a gateway to other things that are also important, such as economic development or public safety? How do these things, to go back to that idea of everything being connected and everything being part of a system, where are there overlaps in this? But to also be clear on there probably are some boundaries around these, and it's not going to be the entire kit and caboodle of affordable housing is going to be solved in the next year to 3 to 5 years. But what is the scope of what's most important now? So that's just a question to plant for when we go into our breakout rooms. So as we get ready to go into these breakout rooms, I just wanted to offer some questions that will help guide the conversation. And I will share these in the chat once I stop sharing my screen and we get ready to go into the rooms. But use these questions to help guide your conversation. First, I think first and foremost, it's really important to define what is success, because otherwise getting to that quantifiable or qualifiable data that was talked about earlier it's not going to be possible unless we've defined that success. So how do you define success in this priority area in 3 years' time? To start there, and then to back up and say, how do you define success in the next year? So if we're looking 12 months out. And then I love this exercise that helps to keep things kind of focused, especially on what's most important. Keep, start, stop, or keep, stop, start. To think about what 3 things do you need to keep doing to make progress towards that definition of success that you've established. That's in that spirit of what's working that needs to be continued to build on. What are 3 things that you need to stop doing? What needs to be evaluated and perhaps eliminated that might be impeding your success? And then what 3 things do you need to start doing in order to move towards that definition of success? So by doing these, this helps you to get to those action steps. And then it's really important to add some progress and accountability into this. And this, again, gets to what's the outward information and what are we going to be asking the public to be and our neighbors to be participating in? If we're going to be communicating to them about how things are going, then how are we going to measure that progress? And what does accountability look like? Who are the stakeholders and the neighbors to whom accountability is going to be most important? And how is that going to be communicated to them? So as I said, I'll share all of those questions in the chat so that you all have them when you get into your breakout rooms. And you should have received your assignments, but I've just put them up here. And if you have a lucky orange star by your name, that means that we're asking you to be scribe for your room, and also asking if you could please record. And if you have questions about how to do that, please check in either with Anne or Ryan. But we'd like to capture the conversations that happen in the breakout rooms. So please, you'll be recording on your local computer and then receive instructions about how to share that afterwards. So Sarah will be recording in our youth and education room. In housing, Leanne will take the lead on scribing and recording. And in social justice, we've asked Dave to please take on that role. So again, this outline of how do you define success? And I added a question actually, who needs to be at the table? What neighbors need to be there to provide input and support and collaboration to move towards those definitions of success? And then what do you need to keep, stop, and start doing? And then how are you going to measure progress and establish accountability? And it's really important in this conversation. I invite you to focus on the what and to put the how items about ideas or tactics or to-dos in a parking lot for now. Those are inevitably going to come up, but we want to stay focused on the goal and the what of what we're trying to define. Are there any questions about that process and what you're going to be asked to do? Okay. I'm going to stop share, and if you'll give me just a moment, and perhaps while you're being put into those breakout rooms, before they go to the breakout rooms, I need to put that chat in there. So if you'll bear with me for just a moment, and you will have, let's see, it's 10:52. So I want you to have a generous amount of time for this conversation. We will come back at, hold on, okay. Please confirm, yeah, if everybody has access to that chat, there are your questions. And you have until 12:20. So you've got a good hour and maybe 15 minutes or so to have these conversations. And of course, if you need to take a short break in there, do what you need to do, stretch, that sort of thing. But please take the time to work your way through these questions as it pertains to your priority area. So 12:20 will be when we come back.
Beth, if you're ready, then I will send them. Everybody should go automatically once I hit the button. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Chief Lewis, just that you chat me and I was just asking for clarification, and I just want to check that before we went into the breakout rooms.
I think she's frozen. I'm not sure what she's doing.
Oh, no, I was asking if you could clarify. You had asked about outside the agenda.
I was just wondering, yeah, I was looking at my agenda. It must be, this is outside what I was given. So I just want to make sure that what I got is what you're seeing too, so.
Okay. Yeah, this is the portion where we're going into our breakout rooms to talk about the goals for each of these priority areas.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, great. Any other questions before we all separate? Okay. All right, have great conversations, and look forward to the sharing and the reporting out that we'll have when you come back. So see you all at 12:20.
Hi, Deborah.
Hi, is this Beth?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Beth. How are you?
How are you?
I'm good. I just got my computer died. So
Okay.
I got kicked out of the Zoom, and I'm not sure that there's a link to get back into the breakout room. I was in the youth and education one.
Okay, I can put you right back in there. So you should get a little notice in just a second.
Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Hi, Michael.
Oh, hi.
Did you get kicked out?
No, I left and now I'm back.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You had your meeting. Thank you for that. So which
Housing, here it
room-
comes up. Gone.
You're gone? Bye.
Welcome back to those who are popping back into the room. I'll be closing the rooms here in just a minute. So take a chance to refill coffee or take a stretch break. Leanne, did you all finish early and get a break, or were you able to use all the time? And remember, you're muted.
We all took a break because we were done.
Excellent. Good.
What?
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you. I hope you had generative conversations. And as part of this report out, I would like to start with Sarah. And I believe you all had youth and education, because I know you've got a 1 o'clock meeting to get to. So why don't you kick us off?
So we had youth and education, and we kind of really just spent a lot of the time just kind of loosely talking about our thoughts and ideas when it came to youth and education. But I'll start with the questions that Beth had proposed for us. In terms of what success would look like when it comes to this topic, one of the main themes that we all kept reiterating was we need to get opportunities out in front of our youth and make connections. And we need all of them to have equal access to those opportunities. One of the things we talked about was it might be a good idea to compile a list of what connections are out there that exist, and look at how we can grow those connections with the youth in order to provide more opportunities for them. Some of the things that we want to keep doing, and I feel like I'm going to reiterate a lot of the same themes over and over, but we need to keep identifying the connections that already exist, and growing those connections. We think that there's connections that are out there that would benefit from being strengthened, rather than trying to create whole new connections that maybe don't already exist. And we also think we need to keep working on gaining parental involvement with that youth. You know, a lot of us identified as parents, and the fact that it can be exhausting when you have children to try to help those children foster those connections. And so what do we need to do to support the parents so that they can support those kids? One of the things we identified that we need to stop doing is we need to stop being exclusive. We need to value all input from all stakeholders and make sure that we're listening to all of it equally. A few of the things that we need to start doing, maybe strengthening some of the current connections that we have that aren't very strong. We know they exist, but they could use fostering so that we can get those opportunities and connections out there for those youth, particularly like school age youth. And then as far as measuring progress, we all kind of looked at each other and said, this is a difficult one. You know, one of the possibilities that we talked about is like positive school data, but we felt like you can't just look at Muskegon Public or just the school systems. We have to look at all of it. And so we think that measuring the progress, part of that is going to be identifying those relationships and connections with the youth, and look at, have they been strengthened? Have they increased? Have we increased our opportunities for our youth? And the accountability piece, we just said that we have to make an overall commitment to making progress towards the goal of strengthened relationships and connections. And we need to constantly reevaluate where we stand with those. We can't just assume that it's happening. We know that we're more accountable when we have to continually evaluate it and, like Dan said, make reports every month on where do we stand with it. So I feel like I just kind of spit that all out at once, but that was kind of where we went.
Great, thank you. I heard a lot of great things in there, including that you are looking to strengthen and build on what exists, because that serves as the foundation. And I'd encourage you all, as you continue to work with the goals that you're establishing today, or that, you know, these priorities as you're fleshing them out, to, as much as you can and as appropriate, put qualifiers on strengthen or increase or expand. We didn't have enough time for that today, but I just wanted to add that in there because that's part of the progress and accountability piece. And how will you know that progress is happening? Any quick comments or questions for the youth education group from anyone else?
This is Leanne. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I guess I'm grateful to hear what they said, because I feel like that matches up pretty well with what I read in the stakeholder notes with the groups that were connected to youth. So good job on alignment.
Nice. Yeah, ideally, we're going to hear that alignment and some of that overlap. Great. Anybody else with comments or questions for the youth education piece? Okay. Thank you, Sarah and team. And who would like to go next? We had social justice and affordable housing.
I'll go.
Thanks,
We've
Dave.
got social justice. I've got probably about 7 pages of notes here. It was a wide-ranging conversation, a lot in terms of the first 2, in terms of how we're defining success here in the next year and the next 3 years. I think the fact that we didn't come down with cemented in answers to these shows the challenge, I guess, that we are going to be facing in terms of this area. The one thing that I think that we did sort of hone in on in the first years is that we need to come to a common understanding of what the definitions are. And Anne shared, some of us had seen in some of our internal training on social justice issues, the difference between what's equal and what's equitable. And we need to have that conversation internally and then in the community here in the next year, so that we have a staff, a group of elected officials, and eventually, hopefully, a community and community leadership within our city that are all speaking from the same or similar understandings of what this means. As it relates to looking at defining success in the next 3 years, we did get into the weeds a bit on 2 departments, DPW and police and fire, public safety. And that was the internal in terms of our ability to hire a workforce that represents and looks like our citizenry and our diverse community and our diverse city. And I guess the word that came up with there was intentionality, in terms of we need to be intentional in bringing to the fore the policies and procedures that we need to get to where we want to be, which is to have that workforce and our community makeup be sort of one and the same as it relates to who's in our city and who's in our workforce. The concept of training positions, and that whole concept, I think, bleeds over into the educational realm, was discussed in terms of needing to have our city digging into our community, bringing in candidates and 2 specific areas, public safety and DPW, having them be trained internally and presented for the job. And I guess those are underway within those departments, and hopefully will be something that will define our success here in that 3-year time frame. Who should be at the table as we do that? Obviously, the marginalized populations across the demographics of race, of gender, of economics need to be at our table in terms of how we are going forward. And then the gatekeepers, and all of us here who are staff or are elected officials are those gatekeepers, and we need to be committed to being at the table as we discuss these what can be very difficult conversations on social justice and equity. The private sector also needs to be involved in it. Our businesses, our community decision leaders in terms of the institutions, and the educators, those that are able to give the input, as we did very well in terms of the citizen input portion of this goal setting session. Then finally, the citizens of our community, of our city, across all geographics and all demographics, need to be intentionally brought to the table to further these issues. Keep, stop, and start. I'll just run through a couple of things that were said. We want to keep those job training slots that we are working with. We want to keep promoting the policies to addressing these equities. Obviously, a lot has been done in the cannabis area in terms of that policy. There is one example. And we need to continue to keep the conversations and engagement on these things that we may want to stop as we chuckled. And I think I wrote about probably a good half of them. The civil service barriers that seem to be frustrating some of our but some feel of our progress, that maybe we don't do away with that, but there needs to be continued tweaks so that those barriers are removed and stopped. That there may be also barriers that need to be stopped within our human resources relationship with the services contract with Muskegon County, and that we need to stop using buzzwords both as staff and as electeds in terms of this area, so that we all get on a common platform as it relates to the definitions of what we're talking about in this realm. It's things that we need to start in terms of we have a program in this community right now of promised education. We need to start to explore and start going with a promise of a job. And that's sort of a different mindset going forward in the years to come. We need to have programs and starting to assist minority small business development and continuation of the minority small businesses that are already in our community, in our city. And we need to start using, as we said before, and to stop the uniformed use of the terms and definitions around this topic. How do we assess our progress? It's got to be data driven. And we need to, if it means that we need to have more, which we all agree, downtown businesses from the minority community, especially the African American Black community. How do we count those, and not only in downtown and Lakeside, but then how do we develop those in other neighborhoods as it relates to other commercial areas within the city. We need to be tracking these data both internally and externally, but that as we were being pulled out of our room, we were discussing the legal hand tying that we have sometimes in wanting to get to where we want to go. And this is a city we're unable to get there through the means that we may find the easiest because of legalities, and that we need to be working on incentives to get to the outcomes that we want in the coming years. So it was, we could have probably gone on for another hour and a half. And there's just a lot thrown out on the table. And I want to thank those in my room for having a very open discussion.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dave. And thank you to the team that was talking about that. And yeah, this is, while we hope to have made substantial progress to identifying those goals, the conversation will continue. So thank you for getting it off to such a great start. Affordable housing. I believe that was Leanne, your group.
Yes. So we talked about housing more generally, excuse me, not just with regard to affordability. So in starting out, our definition of success in 1 year, knowing what we know about current developments, we said 75 to 100 homes built within the city, incorporating missing middle housing, working family housing, and larger apartment developments, providing a range of price levels so that we can achieve a balance of affordable and market-driven options, increased property values on the east side of the city and within the urban core, a development plan for Faribault School, and an increase in the number of houses that are being rehabilitated, not just new houses. And then our definition for success in 3 years was to, increase infill housing and broaden that focus to Jackson Hill, Nims, Campbellfield, McLaughlin, and Angel neighborhoods, because there has been a lot of focus already in Nelson. Urban residential zoning approved for all of those neighborhoods. Again, a range of price levels with this development so that we are still achieving that balance of affordable and market-driven options. incorporating the missing middle housing. Again, just, keeping that consistent growth, allowing all of those options. In 3 years, we're hoping that we have an actual construction project at Preble School, that the watermark is completely built out, and an even greater increase in the number of houses being rehabilitated in our neighborhoods. And we talked about how we measure that progress, and we think that we made some fairly specific goals so that the measurements are fairly obvious. And then we also added the number of building permits that we see each year and reduction of blight in the neighborhoods. In our discussion on what we keep doing, stop doing, and start doing, we want to continue to educate on urban residential zoning. We want to continue working with developers to ease the process for developing and for constructing. We want to continue the city's programs for housing rehab, continue the scattered site brownfield and modify that as the home values increase. Continue our home buyers assistance program through community and neighborhood services. Continue working with Community Encompass on developing affordable housing, and continue blight fight efforts to stabilize our neighborhoods. The only thing we mentioned to stop doing was to stop allowing exclusionary zoning. Some things that we want to start, expanding the urban residential zoning, showcase the success in the Nelson neighborhood with regard to that urban zoning, increasing funding for CDBG and home funded programs so that we can increase our impact on the city for those that need help, and developing marketing materials for the Preble property.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Leanne.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to have to combine because I realized I forgot to check in to see if there were any questions or comments for the social justice team. And so let's say any questions for social justice and or affordable housing before we move on towards the closing.
I have a question, Beth.
Yeah, please.
Let me, if I can get back to my screen here. One of the conversations that Dave and I had when we met with the young Black professionals, and I don't know if that was mentioned in the social justice group, but they talked about the relationships with our police department. And nationally, we've seen outrage from people in Black communities who have had real brutal outcomes when it comes to engagement with officers. But one of the things that they really stressed is seeing more Black officers on our police department. For some reason, there's been they feel that attracting Black officers that live in the community has been a problem. I think there needs to be a focus on building better relationships with officers in the community. They also stated that having them more officers living in the community will probably be a way to build better relationships. But that was one of the concerns under that social justice initiative that really stood out when they talked about the safety, the relationships with police officers in the community.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner German. Wondering if anyone has any follow-up to that, or either that comment or anything else to add. Okay. Who needs to just kind of go, get our blood pumping again. Well, I think we're almost ready to wrap up here. And so thank you so much for the conversations that you had. It sounds like it yielded a lot of good discussion. And I remember one of the groups said we have almost more questions than we have answers. And hopefully that's part of what this process brought up was it's not just about what who needs to be at the table, but what information needs to be at the table that maybe you don't have now. And so asking the right questions is just as important as having those answers. So with that, any other questions before we start to close, or any other comments about those conversations?
Just one other question.
Yeah, please.
And this would be for Miss Leanne. When you talked about in your group the increase of funding for the CDBG funding, initially, what was that conversation like? Just a thought from me in previous meetings with the commission was taking the timetable off of how soon it could be when they want to reapply due to certain services and needs that families may have due to fixing up, just say their homes, needing a roof or siding on their homes or something like that. Have that been considered? Has that been considered?
That didn't come up in our conversation today. What I can tell you is that it's certainly a goal of mine and something that I have spoken with the division heads about, finding a way to use some of the city's general fund to start matching a portion of the dollars that we get from HUD for those programs so that we can increase the funding level and just have a larger number of homes that can be impacted so that, you know, more families are getting help related to rehabilitation on their homes.
Okay, because and what I get is the feedback from some of the citizens that do receive the funds, but they have to wait, you know, what is it, 5 years before they can reapply again for CDBG funds. And if it's a possibility that that timetable can be lessened, where maybe apply again in 2 years, that would be beneficial to a lot of people in the community that have older homes, because the problems seem to occur more because of the age of the homes and stuff like that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The need is very great, and oftentimes when people come to us because they need assistance, they need more than one thing addressed, and we are able to address one thing at a time. So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner German. And thanks, Leanne. Okay, if there aren't any other thoughts, questions, comments, I'm going to pass the baton to Mayor Steve here for just a moment. He looked a little surprised. But if you wouldn't mind commenting for just a moment about, like, what are our next steps? What happens? Where do we go from here?
Where we go from here is our brain trust. Well, no, our great facilitators and our administration and division department heads, I believe, will begin pulling together all the ideas and data from today so that we can begin formulating a clear path going forward as to what we'll be focusing on and how with what we've generated. Once upon a time, we used to go around with the little sticky notes, and
the old days.
In the old days, and what we want to do, and our big old sheets of paper. But we'll begin collating all the information from today, and then convene in some form in order to coalesce all this and come up with a game plan for moving forward.
Great. Thank you. yeah, you'll get all that opportunity to put the how onto all of this what. So, Leanne or Frank, I just want to check in with both of you. Any other anything you want to add before we close?
Hold on, let me turn my video back on here. No, nothing really for me. It was a great exercise. It was definitely different, you know, because we weren't involved in some of the conversations, which is also a kind of a fun, different way to do it too. But it was nice to see what other people kind of, you know, came up with, you know, working on their own and stuff over there. So I think it was a good exercise, and I'm happy to see us at least done with today's exercise on time.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. On time is always good, and even early. Yeah, and to your point, even if you were in a particular room, you probably heard something from another report that is of interest, and so it's not meant to silo you into specific areas, but to at least get the conversation going and then see where you can intersect. Leanne, I think you were going to say something.
I'm very grateful for all the participation today, and especially for the participation in the stakeholder meetings. As everybody is thinking about the goals, I also want you to think about the process, and I'd really appreciate some feedback on how you thought this went, having these stakeholder meetings and doing the survey, and if you've got ideas for how to improve that or build upon it, or whatever your ideas are for the next time we go through one of these. I appreciate them.
And I want to add my appreciation and gratitude to all of you for your active participation and being here and giving this time and so much energy. And just in general, as a citizen of downtown Muskegon, how grateful I am that you all are in charge and for your vision and your energy and your enthusiasm and optimism. It makes a huge difference. And I'm proud to be a Muskegonite. And super proud to be part of these kinds of conversations. So thank you so much. So let's close. We're going to do another one word around where you're going to pass the baton. This time it's one word about Muskegon 2031. So 10 years into the future, what's the word that you want to capture Muskegon with? And Michael is channeling something here. So whoever would like to start and just pass the baton, and I'm going to try to capture it in the chat as we go.
Hey, Beth, I can start out.
Thanks, Ken.
After.
Oh, wait,
today,
it wasn't Ken. Who's
Chief.
talking?
It's
Oh,
Chief.
thank you. I'm sorry. I looked over here. I saw Ken do this.
I answered to a lot of names. But after today, I think the word I came up with is action. We need action. A lot of talk, a lot of ideas, stuff, and now I'm stuck on action.
Thanks. Who would you like to pass to?
I'm going to pass to Jay Paulson to get public safety out of the way.
I would say wow. Just one simple.
Oh, I love it. Awesome. And who do you want to pass to?
Let's do Dave Baker.
And Dave, remember you're muted.
Did not remember that. I would say success. And pass to Doug.
My word would be engaging. And I would pass to Onita.
Thank you. I see diversity. And I'm going to pass to Dave Baker.
I already went, so Leo?
Say accountability. And I will pass to my ward commissioner, Ms. Teresa Emery.
Oh, I will say live-in destination.
And I will pass to Commissioner Dan.
Sure, I'll say prosperity for all, and I will pass it to Commissioner German.
And remember, you're muted, Commissioner.
I would say opportunity.
Thank you. And who to? I'll pick Jake.
Equitable. And I will pass to my commissioner, because I saw him not paying attention.
I'm always listening. If I had kids, I'd be a beautiful and terrible parent. I'm going to say intentionality. I think that intentionality is a verb that we could use to add to all of these things that you guys are saying that would augment and make it specific and real and relevant for the people that live here. And I'm going to choose, I don't know who's with, Jim. Yeah.
The word I'd use is expansive.
Thank you. And who passed to, Jim?
Who hasn't gone yet?
The mayor.
Mayor, pass on to you.
Okay. By that time in our history, hopefully beforehand, just home in the best sense of the word, home, where we feel safe, welcome, and loved. And I'll pass off to, who hasn't gone yet?
I'll go.
Sarah.
My word would be filled rather than infill, filled. All filled. So I'll pass it off to Frank.
Oh, I don't have one word. I'd like to say I knew it. Just because I'm so optimistic about this city. And then I'm going to pass it on. I think it's Sarah, right? Were you raising your hand, Sarah? Oh, you were already unmuted.
Then I muted myself. I would say bright.
You said bright?
Yes. And I will pass it to Anne. I believe she hasn't gone yet.
I would say complex. Dwana, have you gone?
I would say I'm going to piggyback on Jake and say equitable.
And Dwana, who do you want to pass to? Who hasn't gone? Raise your hand. Leanne, Dave, Alexander, and
I'll
Eric.
pass it to Dave Alexander.
Okay.
I'm going with Commissioner Dan, prosperous. And Leanne?
My word is welcoming. And I'll go with Ken Johnson.
Thank you. I like Frank's phrase, I knew it. I think it's very optimistic and one we all can embrace. I have two words, though. One for today, and that is grateful. And the word for 2031, Muskegon, it's abundance.
Nice. Thank you. And I believe Commissioner Hood or Vice Mayor Hood. My apologies.
Good to go towards the beginning because all the words get taken up.
Well, there's one. You can +1, +10, any of them, right?
I'm gonna go with the ones that was in my mind anyhow, which was diverse home destination. And anyone else?
Yeah, has anyone not had a chance to go?
Joe?
I think we got it. All right. I'm hitting enter. Take in those words. Lots of positive energy there and lots to be excited about. So I can't wait to be here in 2031 and see all of this coming to fruition. And Deborah, one of our neighbors, just chimed in. She said just as in justice. So thank you for adding that, Deborah. So with that, we're adjourned, unless there's anything else that anyone wants to say in closing.
Just a great big thanks to you, Beth, to my fellow commissioners and staff for all the hard work. And let's not be afraid that as we're talking about people coming to the table, if we have to build a whole new damn table and redefine what that means to make sure people, all own that table, then let's do it.
Yeah. And on that positive note, we're adjourned. Enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the sun.